The Southern University Board of Supervisors is free to meet. Southern University Board of Supervisors, Madam President. Thank you. Southern University Board of Supervisors met to discuss adopting proposed reforms on executive session. No motions were made, no votes taken. Is there a motion to reconvene the general session? Properly moved and second, we go back to general session. All those in favor? Aye. On our agenda, earlier discussed, we were waiting for the arrival of the candidates for Chancellor of Southern University Shreveport, which I believe they arrived after we went into our last executive session. I believe in your motion to move these things up, we were going to take the interviews of the candidates. At this time, it is likely, because of the time frame, that we will be able to interview one candidate before lunch, with the other two candidates being interviewed following lunch. In that process, we will take the candidates in alphabetical order. The session for the public interview will be 20 minutes, and the session for the executive session for each candidate will be some 15 minutes, after which we will reconvene and continue our process. When we reconvene after the first interview, we will take a lunch break, and then come back here immediately after lunch to finish the rest of our business. In that light, the first candidate in alphabetical order is Dr. Rodney Ellis. Is Dr. Ellis present? He's where?
And not, can we go ahead and approve those other items under there together? While we get here?
Well, we can do that.
Mr. Chair,
No. Yes, sir.
are we still on the same agenda? I know we made an addition on there.
Yeah, this is one of the additions.
This is what we were.
This is, yeah, we were moving this up right behind the other one that we moved up, okay? But I thought that was present in the audience, and they're just going to give. I don't know if we can move anything that fast, Mr. Lawson, if you want to move, we can do that while we wait.
I move, action item 5, with the omission of, O and D.
You want to move all of them except for what?
Well, we've dealt with those.
He wants to move items 5B through O with the.
I want to get a recommendation.
No, I'm sorry,
on
not
O.
we move in and O to B through M. Yes, sir. No, not M.
And I'd like to also pull J so we can hear from the president, like the chancellor.
And, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
now what about E here? And I would not want to put E in there.
You're right. We'll take that out. So then your motion would
That's right,
include,
really.
yeah. So your motion would include B, C, F, G, H, I.
Okay.
Well, hold on, what are you doing? You're taking J out of this?
Yes. Well, so we can hear.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes, of course. Yeah, and so we would stop at item A, I. So the motion would include items B, C, E, B, C, F, G, H, and I. Is that second to that motion? And properly moved and second that we move approval, all those in favor, let it know, side by aye. Opposed, aye, thank you very much. Do we have a candidate present yet? No. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
So they have to check this right now. No problem. Dr. Ellis. Speak worth it.
Good morning, Dr. Ellis. Good morning. Welcome again to Southern University of Baton and to this meeting of the Southern University Board of Supervisors. We are beginning our interview process. The process will be as follows. We are interviewing each candidate alphabetically. There will be allotted 20 minutes for this public session, after which we will have an executive session of about 15 minutes, in which we will have other questions asked of you. And we'll try to go through that process. Looking at our time frame, we're probably going to convene after your interview for lunch, and then we reconvene after lunch. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
We all have a resume and background information on you, Dr. Ellis. Who would like to begin the question with Dr. Ellis? Board? Yeah. I just want to do first. What we're going to do is ask Dr. Ellis to make an opening statement to the body. Is your mic working okay?
I think so.
Okay. Right here. Fine. Well, why don't you proceed while you try to decide who will start the questions? Dr. Ellis. Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, again, good morning, and thanks once again for allowing me this opportunity to interview for the Chancellor of Susla. And again, thanks for everyone for your hospitality in the last couple of days to Board Chair Carver, Dr. Benton, and everyone who has made this such a pleasant experience, given the situation here. So, just want to say that. I want to kind of quickly give you an overview of who I am. I know you have materials relative to my application, relative to my resume and my experience, but I think it's also important to kind of give you an overview of who I am as a person. So let me give you a little bit about my background. Born in Tuskegee, Alabama. I talk about the influence of Tuskegee University on me relative to historically Black colleges and universities. As a young child, we did tours there at the George Washington Carver Museum and at the Booker T. Washington home. And from an early age, it was instilled in me that the importance of HBCUs in not only preparing more African Americans and minorities for four-year degrees and graduate degrees, but also the moral obligation that I felt that we had to the community as a whole. That same mission I see in community colleges. Not only do we have that mission of ensuring the academic sufficiency of our students and that they are prepared to go to work, but as a community college, we have an ultimate obligation to the community to serve it in a number of ways. And because of my background, I grew up in the church. I went to a Catholic school for 12 years. Morality and value classes where we had to take those. We also had to give back. We had to give back to the hungry. We had to raise money for clothing and things. And so the value system was built into me that is always, no matter what you have, how little you have, it's important for you to give back. And that same mission line is so true with community colleges, because unlike so many forms of post-secondary education, I think as a community college, we have the ability to impact lives individually, families, and communities in a way that no other post-secondary institution can do. And I'm wholeheartedly committed to that mission. So I'll leave it there. I think we'll have some further discussions about my experience and some of the accomplishments I've made both locally, statewide, nationally, and internationally as the day goes on.
Thank you very much. I'll begin with a question. Give us your perception of the role of the Chancellor in the administration of Southern University Shreveport, and then share with us your experiences that make you uniquely qualified for this position.
Okay. Well, I think the first question talks about first part of the question really addresses what does it take to be an effective chancellor, an effective leader of a community college. And first and foremost, what I just started off with character. That's so important because it affects your value system and how you do things and how you think. So that's important. 2, leadership and vision. So leadership really for me is how do we influence others to move in a direction that is a shared vision. So a vision that's not just my own, but one that encompasses ideas from the board, the community, from students, from faculty, from staff, so that we can have a common vision. But that leader is responsible for galvanizing everybody to help them move forward to achieve that vision. How do we influence? And so key to that is building internal relationships, external relationships, building trust among your team, letting them see the competence that you have. So that's key. I think a third or fourth thing would be competence. What is your ability to get the job done? I can talk about how long I've been in higher ed and my positions, but what did I do when I was in those positions? What did I accomplish? And so I think that's a big thing, as I'll talk about later. So relative to me, what has shaped my ability to be a successful leader at Southern? Obviously, my value system, my belief in the HBCU mission, my belief in the community college mission, my educational background. My higher ed degree my doctorate degree is in higher education administration with a focus on community college and technical college leadership. I knew this is what I wanted to do, and I wanted to hone in on the experience that I had to make sure that I had an educational background to back that up. My work experience from over 20 plus years has been either in vocational career technical education or community college education. 15 years of that has been as a senior leader, sitting around the table with the president or the chancellor, and actually as the chancellor here in central Louisiana. So that experience really includes every aspect of running a college. I've had academic experience, student affairs experience, workforce development experience. I've led a foundation for 12 years, taking the fundraising capacity from 50,000 to over 2 million. I've done facility planning. I've done 2 facility plans. I've done strategic planning. I've done institutional effectiveness and accreditation. Every gamut of a college, I've had that experience, or I've led it. And I've also been successful. We talk about academic programs. I've brought on a number of academic programs very similar to what we have in Southern, dental hygiene and nursing. I've done those things. So I feel like I'm getting long here, so
I thought you were trying to answer the next 5 minutes.
So I feel like I'm getting long here. But to kind of conclude, you all have my resume there. I've been a chancellor in Louisiana. I've been successful as a chancellor in Louisiana. I've built relationships that will help me be successful as a chancellor in Louisiana. I've also made national connections within the community college system. I've made international connections in the community college system. And so not only will I be an asset to the college here in this state, and on day one being able to utilize our resources here, but also nationally and internationally.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments from the members of the board at this time? Well, we move on to the person. Yes, Mr. Lawson.
One of the challenges we have here is that of money. We don't have all the resources that we need to do all the great things that this campus, all the great things that this campus does. What would you do to help supplement the shortage of funds that definitely would come if you were fortunate enough to be chancellor?
Well, one of the things, and I'll talk about a couple of things. I'll give key examples of what I've done. So, over the course of my career, I've brought in about $35 million in federal grants, about $15 million in private funding, either in kind or cash, over my career. And so I think it's prudent as a leader, especially in these times, to seek external resources. And so the first thing I would definitely do is key in on some federal grants that are out there. I was just talking to the director of sponsored programs, because she's talking about a couple of grants she's writing to the federal government. That $35 million that I talked about came from the U.S. Department of Labor, the U.S. Department of Education, and Health and Human Services. And we use that money not only to start new programs and supplement our existing funding, but also to market the college and increase enrollment and things like that. So first thing, external resources. Secondly, partnership development. I think one of the things that continuously came up yesterday is how the budget situation. And I talked about developing key partnerships that will help stretch your dollar. In Central Louisiana, simple things like partnering with the Workforce Investment Board on some commercials for adult education where we paid half, they paid half. But because of that relationship, we utilize our resources wisely. We stretch that dollar. We're able to significantly increase adult education enrollment, which then funnel into increasing enrollment in the regular population. Also with Workforce Investment partner in Alexandria, we partnered to do an employment specialist, half and half. We stretched our programs out. So forming partnerships that will help you leverage resources.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Fondell.
Dr. Ellison, just a quick question. You're the chancellor at Central Louisiana?
Yes.
While you're there, do you have any programs with regards to bringing students in? And not only that, did you have something set up in place where we're able to retain students, a program that helps the retention of those students?
Yeah, so basically I think you're getting that retention and graduation. Okay, so obviously we're here in Louisiana and the GRAD Act is a key component of our performance. So we did a couple of things, not only here, but also in Atlanta. One was to make sure that we had staffable programs, both on the academic side and the technical side. What that does is ensure that there's some kind of completion met by students at every competency that they get within the program. It helps in the data, but it also helps that student actually achieve something as they are working toward that associate degree. So that's first thing, make sure that every program you have stackable programs within that program. Two, put in a comprehensive success model. Did that at Atlanta Tech, wrote a $2.3 billion grant to the U.S. Department of Education for student success. And we focused on academic preparation. We focused on student engagement, making sure students are engaged in the college and student activities. We work with faculty to make sure that they have professional development. One of the key strategies for student engagement is working with faculty because they touch students every day. We also put in programs that help with curricular issues. transportation, childcare, those issues that may be happening at home that may affect your life here.
Part of the question, I'm gonna go a little closer with it,
Mhm.
is are your teachers able to identify students that they have? They start a class with 30 students. Do you have something that's set up to where they can identify students that may not, that may at midterm have issues to work with them?
Right.
So that they're not in a position of us losing them on the back half of the semester.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. So earlier, what's called an early alert warning system. Okay. We use that at Atlanta Tech. We started off doing the midterm piece. It was strictly based on grades. So at midterm, every instructor would send those students that were in jeopardy of failing that class to our Student Success Center. The Student Success Center would then do what's called this retention management system. Noel Levis is this national company that focuses on retention management. And so we would do this retention management system. It looks at every aspect, the academic aspect, the home aspect that may be causing that student to fail. And so based on that analysis, we put in interventions, where it's academic, the things that I talked about earlier, those 3 areas, academic, personal, whatever was needed. In doing our research, and Atlanta Technical College actually became an Achieving the Dream institution. That's a national entity that focuses on retention. But what happened, I'm about to close, is that we moved that timeline back. National research shows that you need to do that probably during the 4th and 5th week of the semester and not wait to midterm. It also says that you need to look at attendance. So attendance and your grades become key factors in whether or not you're going to be successful in the course.
Were you able to measure the success rate from what you implemented? Is there a way to measure that to say, okay, I had 10 students in this class, we were able to send them through this program, and 5 of them were retained, and 7 of them are all 10? Was there a way of measuring it?
Well, we primarily measured it from an institutional level. We could break it down if we wanted to by class, by program. But as with most state entities, their performance measures at the state level. And so we could break it down if we wanted to, but primarily we looked at it at the institutional level. We did see a slight increase of about 3 to 4% over time.
Thank you.
Any other board members question? If not, I want to thank you for this interview. Is there any final closing statement that you'd like to make to us in this public setting? Anything you want to bring to our attention you think needs to be especially emphasized?
Well, just again, thanks for your time. I think, I wanted to share some things with you that I believe kind of separates me from or makes me the best candidate. And I talked about some of those things earlier, but having experience in every aspect of the institution, being successful in bringing resources in, developing partnerships that have helped leverage the institutions where I work move forward. And so just want to say that the things I've done in the past are indicative of what I would do for not only Southern and Shreveport, but also the system as a whole.
Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first part of our public interview. We're now going to go to executive session and ask you if you'd like to take a break in the next room while we conduct this closed session. And the doors will be back open at the conclusion of our interview. Gentlemen, check those cameras on. to go out in executive session. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We've just completed the first section of our interview. We will now adjourn for lunch, and then we will reconvene at 1:15 to continue our interview. So we will. Are you going to ask me that over here? Yes. You got this to reconvene our session. Probably move second, all those in favor? We have before us our second candidate for Chancellor of the Southern University Shreveport campus, Dr. Johnny Moore. Dr. Moore, welcome to Southern University. We hope that your brief stay here has been a good one. People have treated you very kindly. We hope to do the same. This session will be a short session in which board members will ask questions of you. But as we begin this session, I'd like to ask you if you would like to make an opening statement. And then we will show our questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you and the entire Southern family for allowing me to experience Southern. And I must say, this is an experience I want to have over and over and over again. Thank you.
Who would like to begin the question? Mr. Lawson, since you always, that's because I turn left all the time. You as the
I have a question. My question is, with the challenge of funding that we have right now in the state of Louisiana, what ideas would you bring forward to assist in filling the budget gaps that we're certain to experience?
That's a very on-point question. During the course of being here over the past 2 days, sitting through the sessions involving students, faculty, staff, and really all employees, one of the things that just popped out to me was their level of concern with what's going on at the state level in terms of budget. So budget is hot on everybody's mind. So immediately, if I'm chosen as chancellor, one of the things that I would do is to have a town hall or some form of communication with all employees to reassure them that we will get through this budget crisis. We will get through this budget crisis. And one of the things that I picked up on employees is that they're very in tune to what's happening, and they're willing and able and wanting to know what can they do to contribute. So to ease that comments, because we don't want the institution to lose any momentum that it has attained this far. And so I would, talk with my executive cabinet team and come up with suggestions that they can do to add in to helping us get through this. Because there's not a whole lot they can do at the state level, but there are some things that can be done here at the local level that they can add on to doing that. So, once we get past that and giving them suggestions and having them engaged in helping, whether it's travel freeze, hiring freezes, or something as simple as turning lights out, those types of things where they can help us. It's not gonna, alleviate the budget problems, but it allows them to get actively involved. And then start looking at the processes that we have in place to make sure we're operating efficiently as an institution. In terms of one of the things that I did when I was president of Philander Smith College, which is a historically Black institution, private institution. And unfortunately, a lot of those institutions operate in this mode. And so one of the experiences that I had there was to examine the processes that we have in place and to look at what can we do, and I'll do the same here in terms of process. One of the things I did there was I looked at, are we leaving monies on the table? So you look at the revenue that you're generating from auxiliary funds in terms of housing here. I noticed I talked with the housing person here at this institution, and it's not to capacity. Well, we start thinking about ways, what can we do to make sure that we're not leaving monies on the table? Bookstore, all of those auxiliaries, what can we do to improve? Look at, I know when I was at Philander, looked at, the rooms that we were offering to various people. Are the rates appropriate? Because there's a cost. Are we adding in a security cost? Are we adding in a technology fee? Not saying we're gonna get rich behind it, but look at all of those practices. The other thing I did at the Smith College is that we were outsourcing a variety of things. So we did a cost analysis and figured it was better or best for that institution to bring those services back in. Another thing that I did to boost the morale, we looked at a 4-day work week. You know, they didn't get any additional monies, but the institution saved monies and it boosted the morale. So you will look at all of those things in addition to looking for grant opportunities. You know, going out, you know, developing relationships at the state level, talking locally to donors. I mean, all of those things collectively, I think, will help us do a good job with the budget. Oh, and one final thing is, and it's probably going to come up with another question soon, but also I noticed that at this particular institution, the last 2 years, we've had record numbers in terms of enrollment. Stabilize that enrollment, look particularly at what we can do to keep that retention rate up. That helps as well with the budget.
Let me ask a question. What is your perception of the role of the chancellorship of this campus?
Well, my perception is the role of the chancellor's leadership, obviously, you know, a person that, and I was talking with the president, and one of the things that I picked up on what he stated that you all are looking for in the chancellor of this institution is one, that chancellor will be required to wear many hats. And that's where I think my background speaks volumes in terms of wearing many hats and having the energy level to wear those hats.
Give us an example.
So, pardon me?
Example of that. What kind of hats?
Well, a variety of things in terms of leadership, in terms of being actively engaged. One of the things that I noticed around campus when I was on the campus is that if I'm chancellor, is to work, and this is where my background comes into play, works directly with, not saying micromanage or anything like that, work directly with the folks that's involved in student affairs to create an active campus environment. That's going to contribute to our retention rate. That's going to help us with our bottom line. So wearing that hat, also, I noticed you're one of only 3, it's over 1,100 community colleges nationally. Only less than 300 has residential housing. Well, there's an opportunity there to become actively involved in housing in terms of creating what we call learning communities, where you're grouping together students, and all of that factors into retention as well. That affects our bottom line. You know, that's what I mean by wearing hats, is talking with folks based on my background, giving them ideas and helping them do their job and providing resources to help them do their job more effectively. So that's what I mean by a variety of hats, of having a broad view of how all the pieces come together for the betterment of the students. And that's where I think my background speaks volumes. Is, you know, my background, I've directly worked with housing. I've directly worked with residentialized programs, creating those learning communities. Directly work with student government and student clubs, creating a more engaged campus, which is going to affect our bottom line in terms of retention. So that's what I mean. And also from the academic side of the house, understanding you're working with the academic folks and making sure they understand learning takes place inside of the classroom, but it also takes outside the classroom, and getting those folks to work collectively so we can develop the whole student. So that's what I mean by wearing hats, not micromanaging, but creating an environment that's collegial, that we can learn from one another.
Two things. First of all, in the past, with one of the former chancellors we had here, he had a group where he would meet with business leaders in the community. And by having that, he was able to bring in a lot of money from these businesses. My first question is, when you went to Atlanta, how involved were you trying to get the business community to buy in and partner and become a stakeholder there? Because I think that's going to be really important to our survival. That's the first question.
Yeah, that's critical. And I was very actively engaged with the business community. And one of the things that I did as president of Philander Smith College, one of the things that, if you talk to the local business people there, whenever I make speeches or be actively engaged, and for instance, I held a president luncheon, and the purpose of that president luncheon at lunchtime is to get business folks to come on campus to share with them the vision that I have for that particular institution, as well as how that institution, although a private institution, can help the state achieve its goals. And so I shared them that vision, and what they would tell you is that Dr. Moore was an individual, saw the big picture, and the phrase that I coined was Philander Smith College, Little urban college. And the whole idea behind that is to get them to see that, yeah, we're a private institution, but we can play a significant role in helping the institution fulfill this goal of producing more college graduates, particularly minority graduates. And so I was able to, in fact, during my tenure there, I was able to directly be involved with fundraising, where we raised over $10 million for a variety of programs and student scholarships through businesses. So I was able to maintain those relationships.
Okay, my second question is, historically, statistics show where we only attracting 8 to 10% of Black students to HBCUs. And it bothers me when I see another institution here, this area where this school is located is probably one of the largest concentration of Blacks in America. And when I see institutions who have banned picking students up next door to our institution when they're in our backyard and we're not reaching them. In your experience, how important do you think it is that you get involved with the religious community in order to recruit students?
Let me tell you a little bit about my background. I was born and raised not too far from here, so I'm very familiar with the Arkansas region. I was born in Hope, Arkansas, which is one of the things that attracted me to this institution. This is considered home. And some other things about my background, I'm very competitive. Very competitive. And so when you look nationally, and you look locally here too, but when you look nationally, when you see there's competition from all angles. You know, once upon a time when community colleges were developed, you know, they had specific geographical regions and areas that they were concentrating on. Well, that all changed when we start looking at distance learning, online learning. So believe it or not, there are people here, and you're talking probably about one of the local institutions, but there are other institutions that are here getting our students. And so what we have to do is market what we do better than anybody else. And there's a tremendous amount of opportunities that this institution can sell itself and this institution provide better than any other institution that I'm aware of. And in terms of thinking about it, there is no other institution that I know, especially historically Black institution, that you can start where you are, meaning regardless of what level, where you are, start there and go all the way to baccalaureate program, master's program, doctorate program, law program degree, law degree, all within the same system. That's something that we have to, when I say we, the institution, have to market. That's where we can become the, as I said in the first round of interviews, the model for everyone else. But you need someone that has that vision and has the energy and very competitive. That's not going to settle for people coming in and doing that.
Dr. Moore, our time is up with our public sector. We're going to go into executive session and ask you some other questions.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to ask the audience once again, if you will, retreat to the voting room. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
Second, those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
I move.
Second. Properly moved in second, those in favor? Aye. Vote sign of aye. Have it. And no, this is.
Real? Real?
She's in the line. Yeah, yeah.
You're a baby, so you can just.
I know it's sad. Drive like that. Yeah, not bad.
We'd like to welcome Dr. Boris Williams, our final candidate for this August interview. Closing the door in the back, and we'll begin this interview session. Dr. Williams, welcome once again to Southern University Shreveport. This session is about a 20-minute session in the public setting in which board members will ask you questions after you have made an opening statement. After that session, we will go into an executive session where there will be other questions asked. That will be about 15 minute session. And then we will convene our executive session to the rest of the agenda. In that light, once again, welcome. I know you're prepared for this interview. So would you like to share with us some opening statement relative to your career, your vision, your sight of this job, what we're trying to do, and what you see?
Mr. Chairman and President Belton and members of the board, I want to say good afternoon, and I certainly want to thank you for the opportunity to be with you this afternoon, and I'm just incredibly humbled to have made it to this point. Growing up in Richmond, Virginia, being a product of the Catholic schools in Richmond and then going on to college, my mother always said that as long as you look in the mirror and you see your face, and as long as you continue to not wear pants every day because of your anatomy, then you must maximize your options. For whatever you can get a degree in, for whatever licenses or certifications that you can get, you need to acquire those. Because make no mistake, you will always be African American and you will always be a woman. And it's going to be hard and difficult. I pray for you, my child, that it won't be. But I suspect it's going to be hard and difficult. Having said that, I am from Richmond, Virginia, as I said before. I went to school in Richmond. I took my undergraduate degree at the Lincoln University, the first HBCU to offer professional degrees in Pennsylvania, and I did my master's and PhD at Michigan State University in East Lansing, Michigan. My major was counseling and psychology with a specialization in organizational behavior and labor and industrial relations. All the while, I always worked. I started with Upward Bound when I was in high school as a peer tutor. I continued to work and tutor when I was an undergraduate and a graduate student. I worked in the public school systems in East Lansing, Michigan as an administrator and also as a counselor. I've been a faculty member at 4 different institutions. The first was St. Augustine's College in Raleigh, North Carolina. I was a psychology professor there. I went to work at Elizabeth City State University, and that was really my first experience with functioning in a university that was part of a university system. Because Elizabeth City State University, while historically Black, was one of the 13 state institutions in the University of North Carolina system. So I interacted on a pretty regular basis as a faculty person and also as a director, a dean type for education with the Board of Governors in North Carolina. And when I was hired at Elizabeth City, it was at a time when the institution was not accredited in terms of education, and part of my charge was to make sure that they did acquire national accreditation, or else I wouldn't have a position. And also, it was being threatened to be overtaken by East Carolina, which was the neighboring institution in Greenville, North Carolina, or to be subsumed by the Elizabeth City Community College in that area. So there was a lot of pressure on this institution in terms of its survival and remaining relevant and a part of that community. And I was I was a part of that and happy to say that we did achieve accreditation with no, all standards met, no weaknesses, and 7 strengths. And today, if knock on wood, Elizabeth City State is still striving and vibrant. I also work as an adjunct professor in the College of Human Medicine at Michigan State University while pursuing my PhD. Did that for 3 years, and most recently have been a professor, not professor, but have supervised and served on 5 doctoral level committees for the Union Institute over the last years. So that sort of captures my faculty and teaching environment, and I like to think of myself in terms of ABC. A, I'm an academic first, I'm a teacher, I'm an educator. And it doesn't matter what job titles or roles I have, that's who I am, that's my fabric. B, I'm benevolent. So my head is here, my mind is here, but I'm right in the middle is my heart. And sometimes it's a struggle, but it's there. And third, I'm committed. That's my C. And so when you think about leadership and you think about what makes a person who he or she is, those are my ABCs. And I can talk more about that if you wanted to hear more. I went to, after achieving national accreditation for that institution, the president of the National Council for Accreditation Teacher Ed in Washington, D.C. said, I want her on my team. That was how I got to Washington, D.C. from Elizabeth City State University, because I had shepherded that institution through accreditation at a time when it was threatened, its livelihood was threatened. And so I went to DC and I was director at that time of accreditation for the National Council for Accreditation of Teacher Ed. But in about 3 years, I became vice president, and in that role, I worked with all universities in the country who had education programs in an effort to ensure that they were accredited and that they remained accredited and that they met all national standards. In addition to that, I oversaw and was the liaison to 20 specialized accreditors who were also members of NCAID. So teacher ed is really the only profession where all of the disciplines come together. When you are, and all of us are educators in some form or fashion, but if you are a teacher, you're not just teaching pedagogy, you're actually teaching a content. And the content isn't in education, the content is in arts and sciences and other disciplines across the campus. So I worked with English, math, science, social studies, leadership, library science, the whole gamut, and staffed the board that oversaw those national standards. Additionally, at the turn of the century, SACS reinvented itself with QEPs. And those QEPs were informed by the performance-based accreditation that came out of NCAID. So I actually, some of you may know, Rudy Jackson, we actually did workshops together around the country as SACS was unveiling its new quality enhancement plan focused on student learning. So accreditation has always been my pulse because we can't argue with standards. You either meet the standard or you don't meet the standard. And that becomes the rubric. And for institutions of higher education, accreditation is the lifeline. If you don't have accreditation, then how are you going to assure the public that you are preparing candidates who are qualified and who know and who can do, be it workforce development or going into agriculture or law or medicine, what have you. So that sort of kind of has been my mantra, and shortly after that, I was fortunate enough to take on an advocacy role in Washington for our historically Black colleges and universities at the National Association for Equal Opportunity in Higher Education, NAFIO, and worked very closely with the president and worked very closely with Congress and other power sources, if you will, to make sure that our HBCUs remain viable, remain funded, and remain current. And the most trying time was fighting for Pell Grants and Parent Plus loans, Title I, II, and III, A, and B. And we've all taken that hit, and we know, especially with the Pell Grant, that we've gone from 12 semesters of funding now to 9, and that has implications for students who are trying to get certificates and licenses and those kinds of things. They need to take courses during the summer. There's really no money. By the time they get ready to transfer to the 4-year institution, they've already exhausted all of the Pell Grant funding. And so advising becomes very, very important. But that was what I did when I was at NAFIO, and that was a turning point. And now I'm working as a consultant. I have several clients whom I am working with our higher education institutions. I'm working with some major foundations as a consultant, all with the HBCU mission as its backdrop. And my most recent is that the last couple of years I've spent living in the United Arab Emirates. And in that role, I was hired while still at NCATE, but paid by the Sheikh of the United Arab Emirates to conduct a feasibility study on the readiness of institutions in the Middle East and North Africa to pursue Western accreditation using Western accreditation standards, recognizing that if the currency in that part of the world was going to mean anything relative to the World Bank, then they had to be literate and they had to have an educated populace. And did that and still have relationships in that part of the world. And I know that you have several students on your campus from Saudi Arabia. I had an opportunity to meet with some of them yesterday in the student session. And of all the countries that I visited, the kingdom I visited 4 times, have been back 3 times in the last 2 years, and have served on 2 accreditation visits in the kingdom, where you know that Arabic is the first language and English is the second, but that relationship is very much intact. And so I'm very excited about this next phase, moving into the globalization, and just, I can't tell you how thrilled I am to see the students. And with your history in North Louisiana and your oil and your resources, and knowing that the kingdom is the largest oil producer in the Middle East and North Africa, I believe the possibilities are limited.
Well, thank you very much. We had only allocated about 20 minutes, and I think you answered about 6 of the questions we had down here, so I can get to the last 2.
Sorry.
Thank you so very much for a very complete overview of your career. Tell me, given your background and experiences, how do you perceive your role as chancellor of a 2-year school? An experience very different than all of the things that you up to this point described that you've done, and your vision for a school such as this.
Mr. Chairman, ask that again, please. Make sure I answer.
I was interested in your vision of your role as chancellor of a 2-year institution such as this, which is a very different experience than all of the experiences you shared with us.
I understand. And I apologize. Thank you so much for that question. And I apologize because I've actually managed a $3 million grant from the Walmart Foundation looking at 2 4-year college transfer and highlighting best practices in intervention with about 15 institutions, to which SUNO was one of them. And I have also been part of the $750,000 grant, again looking at the 2 to 4-year transfer process, working with 8 community colleges over the last 3 years, funded by USA Funds and the Lumina Foundation. So my most recent experience in terms of understanding and realizing the importance of those first 2 years, especially as college costs become more and more and increasingly high, it's more difficult for students to make that move into the 4-year. And so the 2-year institution really does serve an excellent purpose, especially when the articulations between the 4-year and the 2-year institutions are very important. In terms of my role as chancellor, I do understand that Susla is a part of the Southern University system. I understand that there is a president over the system to whom the chancellor would report, and there's a board of regents that governs the system and its campuses. So the relationship is different, but the chancellor would be responsible for the day-to-day operations and advancing the mission of his or her institution on his or her campus. So it would be important for the chancellor to be an academic thought leader, to be a mayor, to be a fundraiser, to be an entrepreneur, to be a relationship builder, to be an administrator, and to have a vision that would meet the needs of not only that institution in the context of it being a member institution of the system, but also the community and all the stakeholders for which it serves.
Taking a look at universities such as this, what sort of plan would you imagine you would pursue in your first 90 days on this job?
One of the strengths I believe that I have is that of being a good listener, but then also understanding that you have to act upon, and people will respond based on what they see you do, not what they hear you say. So listening to faculty and staff, getting an understanding of the landscape, knowing what I know about the budget constraints and the budget cuts that are forthcoming, I would imagine that persons across the campus, staff, students, faculty, and administration, are feeling rather threatened. They're scared. Even those that are willing to work probably don't know where to start or what to do. So it's important that that leader of that campus embrace them and allow them to have voice. At the same time, recognizing that there are budget cuts that are looming, the budget cuts have to happen, and probably the regents will receive those recommendations from the governor and the legislature. They'll be passed down to President Belton, who will pass them over to the campuses, and then the campuses will be charged with making those cuts. So in the first 90 days, it's going to be really important to build community among the stakeholders on the campus, but also within the community. The first 90 days, I believe that people have their alliances, they have their allegiances. Whoever comes in is going to be from the outside. And so there will be landmines that one will step on and not know, but it will be disguised. And so how do you address that? How do you overcome that? How do you work to move everyone together? It requires relationship building. It requires an element of trust that only you can gain from listening and bringing people together, but you only have 90 days. At the same time, you've got students who need to graduate, who need to be retained, who need to feel valued, who don't have enough money. So you've got to be brokering with your stakeholders in your community in terms of partnerships, workforce development. I know that that is critical in this particular part of Louisiana. I know in terms of your economic councils and your leadership development councils that they are wanting students, graduates who are qualified to assume positions within the workforce in this area. So you've got to cultivate those relationships at the same time and bring those persons to the table and move forward collectively. All of this has to happen in the first 90 days, and I think it goes back to your chancellor being an academic thought leader, an entrepreneur, a CEO, and all of those kinds of things. But I would be willing to just spend as long as I would need to spend to make sure that we get off to the right foot, on the right foot.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from our board?
I have no.
Yes.
Knowing
Smith.
Susla, at this point, at this point, what would you do differently to distinguish and bring Susla to a higher level of learning?
One of the things that I've spent some time thinking about is that you're in a unique position. This is the only institution in the HBCU community that has a ready-made system that allows students to get a 2-year degree, to get a certificate, to get a license, to move into the workforce. At the same time, awarding a 2-year degree that will allow them a seamless transfer to a 4-year institution. And those institutions reside within the same system. When you look at the climate of education and what's going on in Washington, and the legislation saying that we want an educated populace, an educated workforce, we want everyone to have a college education. Well, that translates differently, but I think that a Susla as a component of the Southern University system is poised and ready to assume that role and to model for the rest of the country what a higher education degree looks like, be it certificate, license, certification, 2-year or 4-year degree. And you've got it all within your system. One of the things that I took some notes on that I was thinking about in terms of a strategic plan, and I looked for one for this particular fiscal year over the next 5 years, and I believe that one's probably in process of progress, but what does the trajectory look like for candidates coming into Susla who are on a 2-year track wanting to transfer to the 4-year versus those students who are coming in for certificates, licensing, or certifications? Does the institution want to have 50% of the students on that track to the 4-year or 50% on the workforce track? And what kind of data do we need to collect so that we can assure that the advising, the coaching, and the mentoring is in place to make sure that we have the graduation rates that we need, irrespective of what track the students aspire to be? That's a unique situation, I think, for Susla, and that would be my answer.
Mr. Wilson, would you like to make a motion?
Yes. Good afternoon again.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yes. A couple of questions. Actually, or maybe just one, because I think you did answer one of my earlier questions. I would like for you to maybe elaborate a little bit more on your administrative philosophy, your managerial style, and more directly, the degree to which your experiences have afforded you the opportunity to work with unions of any type. I'm specifically speaking about our faculty senate structure here on this campus, and the depth to which you embrace shared governance.
Well, that's part of my mantra in terms of shared governance. It goes back to being a democratic leader, but with an authoritative persuasion, if you will, and not being afraid to make the kinds of decisions that need to be made. But those decisions have to be informed decisions, and they have to be driven by data, and just not any data, the data that you're going to need to make those kinds of decisions. So in terms of, I think I said earlier, my cognate was in collective bargaining and organizational behavior and labor and industrial relations. And having been an administrator in Michigan, which was a heavily union state, I do understand those dynamics, but I know that it is pertinent and relative to the communities that you're working with and involved in. Faculty senates are the academic engines on college campuses. That's where the thought and the delivery of instruction and all those kinds of things emanate from. And you have to tread lightly, but you need to understand that that is your academic component, and you want to work closely with the faculty senate as you advance whatever policies and changes in curriculum and those kinds of things. But everyone needs a leader, and everyone needs to know that it's not what you say, they'll hear that, it's what you do and how you interface, and that you model for them what you expect of them.
Thank
Thank you very much. At the conclusion of this first session, we'd like to ask the lawyers if they would excuse themselves from the room as we go into executive session. You have a motion to go into executive session. Properly move the second, all those in favor? Aye. And we have a motion
So
to,
move, Mr. Chair.
Trying to get out of here, huh?
is to reconvene out of executive session, all those in favor? Okay, ayes have it. Some University Board of Supervisors met to discuss the candidacy of three candidates for the chancellorship of the Southern University Board campus. In session, there were no motions made, no votes taken. We're back into our regular session. At this time, we would entertain a recommendation with respect to the candidacies. Mr. President?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and members. I want to, qualify my comments by again offering my gratitude to the search committee who did a yeoman's job in providing for us three candidates for this board's consideration. And I would also like to acknowledge all three candidates who I think represented themselves well in making presentations to the board. I think Southern University at Shreveport is at a critical time in its history, one to which it is an imperative that we identify a leader who would ensure that its evolution continues. And in keeping with my review of all the candidates' qualifications and experiences and their presentations before this university community, it is my recommendation to this board, Mr. Chair, that you give consideration to Dr. Rodney Ellis for the role of Chancellor of the Southern University Shreveport campus.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Is there a motion?
I move that we accept the President's recommendation.
Second. Properly moved and second to accept the recommendation of Belgium for Dr. Rodney Ellis to serve as the Chancellor for Southern University Shreveport. Any roll call vote? Here. Yes, comment?
Agree, we have three very good candidates, very strong candidates. However, there is a need for qualified and certified gender diversity in our Southern University system. That is in all leadership positions, administrative positions, and chancellor roles. We need representation. However, I do agree that we have three very strong candidates.
Are there any other comments from board members? There's a motion on the floor. May we roll call vote, Mr. Chancellor?
And this motion for clarity is to accept the recommendation of the president.
Yes is acceptance, no is not.
Dr. Tarver?
Yes.
Mr. Braxton?
Yes.
Ms. Clayton? Mr. Daniel?
Yes.
Mr. Pondell?
Yes.
Dr. Gaines?
Yes.
Reverend Gann?
No.
Reverend Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Hilliard?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes.
Attorney McGee? Mr. Small? Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
No.
Reverend Tolbert? Dr. Whitfield? We have 9 votes. The next chancellor, Mr. Chairman.
That the motion passes.
Yes, I'm pleased to give indication to this board and to this university community that Dr. Rodney Ellis is being nominated, has been selected as the next chancellor of Southern University at Shreveport.
Is Dr. Ellis here? Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Congratulations, fellas.
Thank you so
So
much.
selection as the new chancellor of the Southern University Shreveport campus. Uh, This board has taken great deliberation from the committee, which did the original screening, did an outstanding job. You are the most fortunate candidate at our university, the most fortunate school, and we would have you as our chancellor. Would you like to address that at this time?
Yes, well, can I take this? I'm so grateful. I don't know what to say, just bubbling with excitement. And just so much appreciation for your efforts here today. Hopefully, and I'm confident in myself, I want to prove myself to you, the community, and the state, that you all made the best choice. Just so elated now, I don't know, can't shake my words, so apologize. But again, thank you so much to everybody that's here. Thank you for your support in this process. Hopefully you can lean on me, you will be able to lean on me, and we're gonna do some great things at Southern University in Shreveport. Look forward to it.
Well,
Yes. I got a lyric scenes that's gonna be great. Like Trump.
well, Dr. Adams, I want to be the first to congratulate you. As I gave indication last night, I think you will, as chancellor, you will benefit from a university community who raised great dedication and commitment to advancing the interests of Southern University. I think we have a cadre of faculty who literally give their hearts and talents and energy to support the matriculation of students. And we have a staff and administration that knows what this enterprise is all about, and that is advancing dreams and aspirations. And so I think you will be in a good place, but certainly at this particular time in Southern's history, they require a leader who's going to challenge them and assist them in pushing the envelope such that we can ensure that Southern University of Shreveport remains viable. And I'm confident that you are that leader. So again, I look forward to working with you and working beside you, such as we as a team, you and your colleagues on the other campuses, we as a team, as a system, will again stand up the glory of the Southern University system.
Yes.
Again, welcome.
Thank you.
very much.
Congratulations.
Yes, oh, yes, of course. Mr. Fondell?
Your presentation. Yes, sir.
I'd like to see him do this, Mr. Fondell. Mr. Fondell has this beautiful Bible.
Okay.
And if you would,
Okay.
if you would, what we've done as a board, we've signed, and we want to present you this Bible, and hope that it'll be a guide moving forward, and, you know, found words of comfort within those trying days.
You may return to the audience, we're going to go out with the business program, we're going to see Mr. Gilly over there, so you leaving now?
Pull up another chair.
See where it comes in. Okay. Oh, by the way,
But that was quick.
he's not going to payroll that.
Yeah, Sam, get the hell out of here. I've never seen Sam move so fast before.
Mr. Gill, we're still there.
You got to do like that. You still on salary.
Thank you very much. We'll go back now to our agenda so we can finish up on the items that we left off. I believe one of those was E, that we moved over, the request approval resolution regarding the EOSER contract. Is an executive session required for the operation of this? Pardon? Okay, we require.
Well, I can briefly explain it, and then if you need more detail.
Right, that may be preference.
What we're asking the board is propose a resolution that we follow.
Can you use your mic? Can't hear you.
We are asking the board, or I say we're proposing that the board adopt the following resolution, which would give the president authorization to send EOSER notice of the breach of the agreement. The proposed resolution would read, a resolution authorizing the president-chancellor to send EOSER a notice of breach and take any and all necessary steps, including litigation, to protect the university's interests. This would be the first step in terminating the contract, giving the president the authorization to send that notice. The reasons we feel we believe the president has cause to send that notice. If you want the details, because it would involve our litigation strategy, we would need to go into executive session. But if the board is comfortable with giving the president that authorization, they can do it right here.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Second. Been properly moved and seconded to give the president the authority to serve notice of the serve according to that resolution. All of those in favor of that motion? Those opposed? So have it. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda would be the form J, approval of personnel action positions greater than 60,000. You see, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
No, I don't think so. But we had a name not here because the search was continuing and the administration is not prepared to make that recommendation. Is that right, Mr. Chancellor, Mr. President?
Yes, it is. I'm going to ask Dr. Christopher Brown to give indication of our recommendation to this body in the process, just a little bit about the process.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, Mike is not on, but when the board met in October of 2015, it reorganized the Baton Rouge campus, including a restructuring of academic affairs. That post remained vacant and searched for. Candidates came in. Our process is detailed in the packet that was distributed. There were two finalists, Dr. Patrick Carrier and Dr. Loria Young, who were interviewed. A recommendation was made to the President Chancellor to accept the work of the search committee and the recommendation for Dr. Loria Young as the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs of the Baton Rouge campus.
Can we get a motion for that?
I'll second.
It's will be able
Motion has been made and properly seconded that we approve Dr. Gloria Young as the new Vice Provost of Academic Affairs. Is she here?
Yeah.
We had to vote on it yet, come on down. See this vote.
Since you want to come down, I will withdraw my motion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Smith.
Okay, yes. In that we're having serious budget problems, and I know this was in the structure, and we discussed it. I also realized that this is gonna be dealing with our SACS accreditation and what have you. But with the budget that we have, is this gonna be affordable for us to do it? Is it permanent? Is it temporary? Or how do we plan to cover this?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is. The funds are already encumbered, and it's a part of the salary savings in the Office of Academic Affairs.
In spite of the salary savings, are we able to use this as a permanent mark at this point? That's what I'm asking, in spite of with the budget that we have.
There are two parts to that question. We need Mr. McClinton to answer sort of long-term budget questions. Certainly, in all of the budget schedules that we presented, including what we testified over the weekend at the Joint Legislative Committee on Budget, as well as our appropriations hearing, these were continued as budget items in all of our institutional budgets and were not subject to cut.
And I would also argue, that this is a critical role. The Baton Rouge campus is now guided by only one senior leadership role, and that is the Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs and Provost. We absolutely need at least one additional person. In years past, we had 3. So we absolutely need one additional person to bring support to the Office of Academic Affairs, notwithstanding the challenges, the fiscal challenges that we have from this. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Other questions? Those in favor of the
I
motion?
would, before we vote on this,
Yes, sir.
I question in detail these interims, and I certainly will support these, but at next meeting, I'd like to see all other interims that are pending, and
Yes.
we can start eliminating those that we can live
Yes.
without, and I look forward to some of the suggestions coming forward at the next meeting.
Yes, we will.
Any other further questions?
Question.
We have a motion.
Move.
Moved. Second. Second. Probably moved and second that we accept these 5 positions. All of those in favor, one sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. I know where she's going. I'm trying to tell you, see where Emily is going to Virginia. Please come back, Dr. Gloria Young. You were not an interim, you were a permanently appointed person. You want to say hello to this board?
Absolutely.
Tell us how hard you're going to work for us.
Yes, sir. Honorable Chair Tarver, other prestigious board members, President Belton, and Provost Brown, it is indeed an honor as a Southern University alumnus to serve in the capacity of Vice Provost for Academic Affairs. And I do pledge my full support to Dr. Brown as we support Dr. Belton to make Southern University an international model of higher education. I am fully confident, fully persuaded that we will strengthen the academic infrastructure. We will have a vibrant and exciting academic offering for our students, and Southern University will continue to serve as a beacon, that beacon that saved me as a young girl. Southern University will continue to be the saving grace for students. So I am excited about this position, and I believe that as a team, Southern University will thrive. Thank you very much.
Now, back to our agenda. We have a series of, can we get a little motion to accept these resolutions? But one I wanted to speak to in particular, if you give me a moment to do so, it's on letter K on page 2, the resolution of the Governor's Office of Homeland Security Grant Signing Authority. Can we pass that at this time? Is there any discussion on that, because I think you have a backup document for it? Is there a motion to accept this? Pardon? Oh, to pass K, yes. So moved. Second. Probably moved and seconded that we pass item K on our agenda. Any question? Those in favor of the sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed, so have it. The next item on the agenda is L, resolution supporting higher education initiatives. I would like to briefly speak to that. As some of you may know, on last week, Southern University joined the larger family of higher education, examining how we could come together to support higher education in Louisiana and to preserve it and protect it. Southern is one of the 5 systems. Dr. Belton and I, representing Southern, met with the other chairs and presidents of the systems, as well as the chairman of the Board of Regents and the Commissioner of Higher Education. In that meeting, we adopted a thought that we hope to energize next Wednesday by having a higher education day at the legislature. That date, I believe, is February 24th. A rally will be from 12 to 2. We're urging our young people at our several universities across the state, not just the Southern system, the LSU system, the UOL system, the LCTCS system, to all converge on the Capitol so we can have our voices heard in the halls of the legislature. As you know, there are a number of initiatives on the agenda of this very brief 3-week legislative session. And that agenda, the governor has put forward, is designed to kind of stop the bleeding for higher education, to stabilize our income base, and to kind of give us a platform to go into the regular session, which begins on March 9th. And so, with adoption of this resolution, we would simply be urging our colleagues, our students, our faculty, administrators across the state, join with the other systems, to meet on the steps of the Capitol as we speak to the legislature about the need to preserve and protect higher education in Louisiana. With that pardon me, yeah, it's 12 to 2 on Wednesday, February 24th. Can I get a motion to that effect, please? So move. Second. And properly moved and seconded that we adopt this resolution in support of higher education. Any questions? Those of you in favor, let know the sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed, so passes. Can we? What about the area of resolutions on M? How many resolutions are there? Yes. Can we adopt those resolutions?
Would you like me to proceed, Mr. Chair?
Sir?
Would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
The Rogers Newman family, Dr. Newman, retired professor of mathematics and former chairman of the mathematics department at SUBR, passed away on January 9th. The Joyce E. Bird family, Mrs. Bird, a retired administrative coordinator too in the Bursar's office at SUBR, passed away on January 13th. The Samuel Charles Wiley Senior family, Mr. Wiley, an alumnus of SUBR, passed away on January 31st. The Tanika Goins family, Mrs. Goins, a native of Lake Charles, Louisiana, was an alumnus of SUBR and the first African-American female district forest ranger for the state of Louisiana, passed away on February 4th. The Charity Jenkins Johnson family, Mrs. Johnson, mother of Rosie J. Taylor, director of disbursements, SUBR, passed away on February 9th. The Thomas Wilcox family, Dr. Wilcox, a former principal of SU of the Southern University Laboratory School, an active participant in Founders Day programs and other activities at the university after his retirement, passed away on February 10th. That's the last of the resolutions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to adopt the resolution? Properly moved, seconded. If we adopt these resolutions, any question? All those in favor, let it be known by aye. Aye. Those opposed, vote passes. Now we move to agenda item 6, and these are informational items. We'll take some of them one at a time. Some of them will have to, I think, omit. On A, priority project update by campus, who is here to do that?
Informational items.
Hey,
Be one of that, the informational items are.
They've been provided, they're in the board packet?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And what about B?
The financial reports as of December 2015 is also in your packets.
What about C and D?
So we need to do the enrollment updates by campus.
Okay. And we do the enrollment, I believe, Dr. Perkins, you asked for that. And who's going to give that report? Is that by campus? Yes, okay. You make that brief, please, to the point.
Yes, sir.
The mics are not on over here, I believe, sir, on the far end, left end.
It's on?
It's on?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yeah, Dr. Paul.
Spring enrollment for
You can't hear
Spring
your
enrollment. Are you hear me now?
rally.
Spring enrollment, 2,500. 45 students increase, around 1% increase from last year.
Thank you. Sam? Who's coming?
Southern University Tremont had a spring enrollment of 3,242, as opposed to an increase over the 2,511 of last spring. So that's a hefty increase for us. It's not an all-time enrollment, as was the fall of this was.
Thank you very much. Our law center,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Peter.
The spring enrollment was 578.
That covers all of our campuses. Dr. Gaines, is there any particular question on that? Baton campus?
We don't have our the last number as of this week. We had 2 issues we were trying to resolve. It was 5763.
And I think that would constitute an increase for the Baton Rouge campus. Yes.
Fine. Thank you so very much. We move to the next agenda item, Mr. Fondell. An update on status of Department of Athletics. That was targeted for.
Just for Susla, just for this university, and I think we'll ask Mr. Smith to come up. And we asked him just to come to introduce the athletics system here, the department, and just to very briefly just speak on terms of that to our fellow board members.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, board members, just want to give you a quick update on some of our sports activities here. For our women's basketball program, right now we have an overall record of 11-21, 3-3 during conference for this year, but we're actively engaged in community activities in addition to second place in the conference right now, so we're still vying for a place in the postseason tournament. Pull out your pens real quick, so I want you to write some of these great statistics down. For our men's program, our head coach is David Francis. He's 11-time coach of the year. We're 13-time champions of this conference, and we're in first place this year. This season, with 19 wins and 8 losses, 10 wins and 3 losses in regional play, and we're #1 seed in the conference. Also, our graduation rates are off the charts. I have a list of student athletes who have been able to graduate and move on to four-year schools. In addition to that, in Coach Francis' 16 years here, he's had 9 20 or more winning seasons, 5 19-win seasons, and 2 18-win seasons. So we've had 18 to 20 wins each year, and so that's great. And so we also have expanded into soccer. Also, we're looking at low-cost programs, and it's not a full-fledged athletic program, and we're using to thrust it is intramural. And so we've been engaged in expanding, again, some of those low-cost programs because we know athletics helps us to recruit students. More specifically, our international population with Saudi Arabian and our African students. In addition to our traditional students are very interested in the soccer program. So that's a very quick update. Both of our athletic programs are vying for postseason play. Our men are in first place and the women are in second place at this time.
All right, thank you very much.
Since we talked about athletics, President, you think you could maybe give us an update for athletic director for Patrick Jefferson? Thank you.
I will. That's it.
Next item on the agenda is item E, the Southern University of response to fees authorized by House Bill 152. Is that part of the legislative report?
No, it's not, but it is in the graphic.
Oh, it's in the packet then. Can you give us an update on the legislative fees other than what I has provided on item F?
Yes, actually, we passed this out this morning to you. It was drafted by the Southern Strategy Group, Kevin Cunningham and Rocky Braxton. And it just kind of provides for you it's 3 documents actually. It kind of provides an overview of the governor's recommendations, particularly as it relates to the special session. And it speaks a little bit of the projected strategies for FY 17. It also includes 10 facts, and several board members have asked that we speak about or give some talking points with regard to some facts about higher education. There's been a lot of myths that has been presented that does not reflect the reality of the challenges that higher education has gone through for the last few years. And so, and maybe we could make some more copies of this and disseminate on all of our campuses such that we could provide our stakeholders with some facts for that purpose. And then lastly, we presented a listing of Senate and House bills that we are asking our stakeholders, this board in particular, to become familiar with and to advance to their respective supporters and constituents. We've gone on record to say that we support the governor's agenda, and these would be the bills which he is advancing at this time.
Thank you very much, sir. Now time for our assistant president's report of our campus boards.
So I'd like to just take a couple of minutes. I'm going to be brief, but I want to preface my comments by first acknowledging Mr. Sam Gilliam in keeping with his willingness to serve in the interim role of chancellor over the 7 years. As you know, Mr. Gilliam has invested more than 50 years in both secondary and higher education, and about 35 of those years here at Southern Shreveport. So again, my personal appreciation to you for bringing leadership on this most critical time. I also like to express my appreciation to the Southern University Shreveport family for hosting this board meeting. You obviously, your hospitality. We'd like to thank you for all the logistics that were advanced in keeping with our interest in identifying, hosting the candidates for this board's consideration today. Just some announcements then. One, I think that's really, I wanted just to ask the board to, as they depart, to reflect upon these renderings of a gateway project. It's been a long-standing project. We're somewhat kind of resurrecting that project. But we've asked the Manning Group to begin preparing the design for this project that would establish a gateway onto the campus, onto the Baton Rouge landmass. I should say to you that this project is actually a project that is supported entirely by our SGA president and your colleague on the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Dominique Diamond. It is Mr. Diamond's interest to advance this project on behalf of the students and to fully support it in keeping with the resources that they have. So I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Diamond for his outward vision in trying to establish a presence for Southern that will stand out for the university in many, many years to come. Let's give them this. And yes, it will be one of his legacies. Just some updates. The search committee will be interviewing the search committee for the Southern University Law Center search. Will begin interviewing the 6 semifinalists on Monday and Tuesday, February 22nd and 23rd. The committee will also be conducting sections for students, faculty, and staff to ask questions of the semifinalists on Monday and Tuesday. The sections will be held during the morning and the interviews of the committee that afternoon. The Southern University Ag and Extension Center, the deadline for applications for the search is today. And so the committee will begin determining an interview schedule starting next week. We do anticipate bringing the finalists for those interviews to this board next month in March. Founders Day is March the 9th. We certainly want to encourage everyone to participate in that. We are recognizing our engineering graduates, and one in particular is one of the first African Americans recruited for NASA, and I speak of Dr. Mae Jemison. Oh, she's a speaker, I'm sorry.
So you telling me something on that?
I'm sorry. Our speaker there for Founders Day is Dr. Mae Jemison, the first female African American astronaut in position to serve as a keynote speaker for the Founders Day convocation. I just lastly want to remind this board of a trustee conference on Monday, February 22nd. Where is that? It's going to be hosted at the Pennington Biomedical Center Monday morning. It has already been highlighted, but it is the Higher Education Day at the Capitol is February 24th. You should know that in our committee deliberations, the idea of bringing all the systems together was one that was advanced by our Chairman Leon Tarver, and the idea took on roots And in fact, all the systems have agreed to come together on that day to give evidence of our need for our education to be supported fully. For it to be successful, it is critical that we get everyone down to Baton Rouge. And I'm actually going to be asking the chancellors if they would write a statement here in encouraging faculty and staff to participate in that event, such that we could maybe excuse them for that day to in fact participate. Okay, but I would again just like to encourage them to provide whatever necessary resources are available, such that we can get all of our students, as many as possible, down to Baton Rouge on February 24th. I think that's the end of my comments. I think that's in my comments and my report, Mr. Chairman.
Final area on item 6, information items, is the campus reports. Dr. Paul.
Thank you. It's been a long day already. I'm not going to add to my report except to say that Mr. Fondell has I've been transferred for a unit at the probably the library also someday.
The Bible. Soon we have another funeral cancellation.
For the second time, Mr. Chair, the report for the Shreveport campus is in your packet, and we want to.
Thank you so very much. Brian?
Yes, good afternoon. Just for the record, March 5th through the 7th, the Southern University will be having its 73rd Youth Livestock Show. It's been going on for 73 years. Many of you have participated, and we encourage you to participate in it. At this point, it will be held up on our farm, our experiment station. The rest of the report stand is presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, we have our report. The only other thing I would like to add real quickly is you have an invitation for the Black History Month event for next Friday, commemorating the 30th anniversary of Marbury Roman and Chisholm versus Ellis case. Each one of the board members have that invitation. And then for March 9th, we will be bringing the sons of Van LaCour and Charles Hatfield and A.P. Tudor to Law Center as part of our Founders Day contribution to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Charles Hatfield's litigation and their Southern University Law Center.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Brown?
Yes, the Baton Rouge report is in the packet. Just want to highlight one thing in the report and one additional piece from the president's comments, and that is the piece on Professor Stephen McGuire. If you've not read it, please read it. People around the country are talking about it. That is our LIGO research grant, which has to do with gravitational wave and pull. Dr. Lori Young also works on that project. But just 2 weeks ago, scientists were able to detect gravitational waves to prove the theory of relativity. And Southern University is the only HBCU in the nation that's a part of that nationwide research project, one of our very own faculty, Dr. Stephen McGuire. And so please read that because it's been in the news, it's been on the news, and everyone is talking about it. And lastly, while we are at the heat session on the Capitol on the 24th, the Board of Regents did request specifically that the human jukebox perform on the steps of the Capitol for the rally representing higher and state Louisiana.
Thank you very much. That's Wednesday, February 24th, next week. And I know we have the leadership, the Higher Education Leadership Conference on Board of Regents on Monday. Is that right? At the Biomedical Center. I don't know how many of you, I mean, anyone here is indicate they're going. I know that Ms. Smith has, Dr. Gaines, anybody else? I will go there and you will be yes, of course. That's been back on. Any other business? Yes, sir.
One thing that I would like to mention that really here, what was that we had here last week, and haven't seen one. Here on this campus, we had, what did you have, Sam? What did we have here last week?
What happened to senior moment over here?
Beg pardon? Convocation. I think even though students pay, it needs to be monitored. Because had I been here last week, I would have shut it down. I don't think we are a university, and I don't think we can condone people coming here using all kind of language that defames women and that kind of thing. And had I been here, I would have shut it down. So I would say the chancellor, even though the students pay for these activities, it needs to be monitored by someone and make sure what we're bringing on our campus. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Seeing all the business reports and a motion to adjourn. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
They can't